Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will open the Senate with prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal God, thank you for not leaving us alone in a challenging world. You remain our refuge in every storm. As our lawmakers commit this day to you, help them to navigate through the turbulence of this government shutdown. May your Spirit control their minds, guiding them by the light of your truth. Lord, inspire them to live worthy of the price you paid for their redemption, making them humble, patient, and kind. Be the resource they need to be faithful stewards of your unfolding providence. We pray in your powerful name. Amen.
Will you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, leadership time reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Mr. President.
The senator from Iowa.
Thank you. I came to the floor of the Senate earlier this year warning my colleagues that the leader of one of the subdivisions within the country of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Mr. Dodik, was ignoring rulings by the national level Bosnia court. He was threatening to have half the country secede, which of course dredged up memories we should never forget about the war and the genocide in those countries in the 1990s, in which many Bosnia Iowans lost family. Well, I'm glad that he has since complied with the court ruling by stepping down from his position as leader of the RS entity and walked back some of his destabilizing actions. In return, the United States has dropped sanctions against Mr. Dodik and his family. Now, I'm all for rewarding this good behavior, but there are very good reasons to believe that Mr. Dodik has not seen the errors of his ways. Mr. Dodik since falsely alleged that he was still the rightful president of RS, questions whether Bosnia and Herzegovina should continue to exist, and can you believe this? He was photographed embracing Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov in Belarus. Mr. Dodik should be on notice then that the United States is watching to see that he stays on the straight and narrow that he wants us to believe that he is on. I can assure you that this senator will be on the lookout for any destabilizing actions that threaten the peace in Bosnia. And I will work with the Trump administration to make sure that all actors in the region respect the Dayton Peace Accords that ended the violence and genocide that took place in 1995. I yield the floor. Suggest Sampson.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371.
Is it a quorum call?
Oh, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371.
Clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, can this be over now? Have the American people suffered enough? Or do Democrats need more? Democrats have snarled air traffic, they've damaged small businesses, they've left federal workers in line at food banks, they've jeopardized food assistance. Food assistance, Mr. President, for 40 million Americans. Are they satisfied now? Or does the far left want more? Surely Democrats have hit enough milestones. The election is over. Democrats now have the extremely dubious honor of being responsible for the longest government shutdown in American history. So the question is, Mr. President, can the American people get a break now? Democrats should be embarrassed. Embarrassed that federal workers are lining up at food banks and missing bills and in danger of losing homes or cars because Democrats can't summon enough members to support a clean, nonpartisan funding resolution. That's right, Mr. President, a clean, nonpartisan funding bill sitting right here at the Senate desk. We've not asked Democrats to support a single new Republican policy. We haven't asked them to support a single partisan policy rider. We simply asked them to extend current funding levels for a few weeks so that we could have time to do bipartisan work on appropriations bills. But Democrats couldn't take yes for an answer. And on the subject of appropriations, Mr. President, if any Democrats cherish the faintest hope of still funding the government through a full-year appropriations process, a process that they've displayed, or I should say delayed, for 5 weeks and counting, they should vote for the clean, nonpartisan CR today. Mr. President, I realize that Democrats have been under a lot of pressure from their far-left base to keep the shutdown going. And I assume that it was pressure from Democrats' far-left base that saw the Democrat leader flip his position on shutdowns 180 degrees in the space of just 6 months. And I realize that there are a number of Democrats in the Senate who are not just yielding to pressure from the far left, but are themselves members of the far left and are happy to continue the shutdown forever, if it means somehow sticking it, they think, to President Trump. But I'm hoping there are still Democrats out there who can see beyond the political extremism of their leftist base. And I hope there are some Democrats who can take an honest look at the widespread damage that their shutdown is doing and say enough is enough. Thanksgiving is rapidly approaching. Parents are starting to think about what they're going to put under the tree. Do Democrats still want federal employees lining up at food banks at Thanksgiving? At Christmas? And on the topic of the holidays, it's an open question whether people will be able to spend it with their families this year if the shutdown continues. Air traffic has been snarled for weeks as a result of Democrat shutdown, and things are getting worse. The Transportation Secretary just announced yesterday that the government may be forced to close parts of our airspace if the shutdown continues into next week. Close airspace, Mr. President. Think about that. And I could go on. I could talk about the unions asking Democrats to end this shutdown and support a clean continuing resolution. I could talk about the business organizations making the same request. I could read the headlines about Head Start preschools closing and SNAP recipients who are worried about their benefits and National Guard units who aren't training, and on and on. Every single thing as a result of Democrats' decision to shut down the government more than 5 weeks ago. But surely, Mr. President, surely, there are at least some Democrats senators who can see this for themselves. See this for themselves and realize it is past time to end this before the damage gets even worse. Mr. President, it's day 36 of Democrats' shutdown. Day 36. How much longer are Democrats going to make the American people suffer? Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr.
Leader.
Are we in quorum? I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
And last night was a great night for America and a 5-alarm fire for Donald Trump and Republicans. The Republicans' high-cost House is on fire, and they've only got themselves to blame. As loudly and clearly as they could have, the American people said last night, enough is enough. Enough with Donald Trump's tariffs, which are overwhelmingly being paid for by working people and small businesses. Enough with Republicans' relentless attack on health care, where people are seeing their premiums go up by thousands of dollars, even each month, and they may have to be without health care altogether. Last night was a sign that if Republicans continue with their failed policies, their majorities are at risk, including here in this Senate chamber. The election showed that Democratic control of the Senate is much closer than people and prognosticators realize. So let me say it again. Republicans' high-cost House is on fire, and they've only got themselves to blame. And by the way, that's not just my opinion, it's Donald Trump's opinion. Last night, he said that the shutdown is a negative factor for the Republicans. When addressing why he had lost, this is what Trump said. The shutdown was a big factor, negative for Republicans. And let me read what Trump said last night. He said, this is Donald Trump speaking, Trump wasn't on the ballot, and the shutdown were the two reasons Republicans lost elections tonight. That's what Trump said. Trump admits that the Republican shutdown is hurting him and his party. The president is right. Americans realize Republicans are responsible for this awful shutdown, now the longest officially in history. What a shameless milestone. Donald Trump has now presided over the longest and second longest shutdowns ever, and he only has himself to blame. When Leader Jeffries and I met with Donald Trump in the Oval Office last month, we warned him that this would happen. We warned the president of the consequences of ignoring Democrats, ignoring the American people, ignoring the health care crisis. We warned the president that ignoring Democrats and insisting on zero negotiations was a recipe for disaster and would come back to haunt him. Well, Republicans shouldn't ignore us anymore, for their own good and the country's good. So this morning, Leader Jeffries and I once again demanded a meeting with the president. It's time to sit down and negotiate with Democrats to bring this Republican shutdown to an end, we told the president. We've been asking for a meeting for weeks and even months. But now the election results ought to send a much-needed bolt of lightning to Donald Trump that he should meet with us to end this crisis, his shutdown, which he admits hurt him badly in the election. It's time to hold a bipartisan meeting of legislative leaders to reopen the government. It's time to fix the ACA premium emergency that is now upon us, and Democrats are ready to meet anytime, anywhere, any place. Donald Trump ignores us at his own political peril, because the takeaway from last night was simply unmistakable. Democrats swept in states last night across the country, red and blue alike. Democrats won overwhelmingly by more than anyone ever thought in New Jersey and Virginia. Democrats won in Mississippi and won in New York, in Pennsylvania, and in Georgia. Democrats won in statewide races, but it went deeper than that. We won in lots of local races, too. Mayoral races, state Supreme Court races, ballot measures, and even historic swings in the Georgia Public Service Commission, where 2 Democrats were elected, statewide, I believe. Why did Democrats do so well? because Americans are fed up with Republicans shooting their costs through the roof, particularly on health care, on tariffs, on their electric bills. And Americans saw that Democrats are the ones fighting for them, fighting for lower health care costs, fighting for working families. And while all this is happening, what is Donald Trump doing? Depriving hungry Americans of their SNAP benefits? Telling children, hungry children, we're going to cut off your food and use you as a pawn in this shutdown which the Republicans have caused? Telling the elderly who depend on that SNAP money to adequately feed themselves, the heck with you? Telling a veteran who has PTSD or a worker who is unemployed that we're not going to give you food? How callous, how cruel, how mean, how vindictive, and how calculatingly wrong. Americans saw the contrast between Democrats and Republicans in full effect last night. They saw that Trump is treating Americans, particularly needy Americans, as political pawns during the shutdown. One end of the country to the other, including battleground states, Democrats, independents, and even Republicans, rejected Donald Trump's policies and rejected hard right elected officials. And let me say something else. After last night, Donald Trump ought to learn that his petty vindictiveness doesn't work. Here's one glaring example. He tried to axe federal funding for the Gateway Tunnel between New York and New Jersey, the biggest public works project in the country, employing tens of thousands of workers and ensuring continued prosperity and good transportation in the entire Northeast corridor. But he axed the funds, and his axing the funds was aimed, in his mind, at Democratic leaders like Leader Jeffries and me. In the end, it totally backfired and became a big factor for voters making their decisions in New Jersey and electing Mikey Sherrill by an amazing 13 percentage points. And one of the main issues in that campaign was Donald Trump's vindictiveness in cutting off this tunnel and trying to use it, again, and all the workers, as a hostage. So again, let me say it again. Last night serves as a 5-alarm fire for Republicans, a warning from the American people. They're tired of Donald Trump raising people's costs, raising health care costs, ignoring the needs of working people. The right way forward for Republicans and for all of America is to negotiate with Democrats to reopen the government and extend the ACA premium tax credits. The American people have spoken. Enough is enough. And on SCOTUS and tariffs, which is being argued by the Supreme Court right now as we speak. After an overwhelming rejection of the Trump Republican agenda at the polls, this morning, Donald Trump's lawyers are at the Supreme Court trying to argue his global tariffs are legal. They are illegal. They're arguing they're legal. It's hard to imagine a worse morning after for Donald Trump and Republicans than to have to go to the Supreme Court and defend these tariffs, which are dramatically raising Americans' costs. And that's why Republicans were so shellacked last night. And it led, and maybe the Supreme Court, actually, maybe the Supreme Court will put Donald Trump and Republicans out of their tariff misery by declaring Trump's tariffs illegal, which of course we know they are. Because Donald Trump's tariffs have been one of the biggest tax hikes on American families in recent memory. Poll after poll shows that Americans are paying more at the grocery store. That they blame Trump for the rising prices, and they disapprove of his tariffs. The Supreme Court should do the right thing and strike down Trump's tariffs before those tariffs spiral our economy into even a bigger crisis. And if our democracy is to mean anything at all, we should remember the Constitution is clear as a bell, clear as a Liberty Bell. The power to tax and tariff resides in Congress, not the president, not by unilateral power, not based on some BS emergency declaration. Donald Trump is not a king. He's bound by the Constitution and by his oath to protect the American people and uphold the rule of law. Today, the court should make clear that Donald Trump is not above the law. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, 1 year ago today, the American people rejected high prices, they rejected open borders, they rejected the weakness of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. 1 year ago today, the American people voted to get America back on track. And they did so by voting for unified Republican government. And Republicans won a historic victory. President Trump won every single battleground state in America. He won the popular vote. He moved over close to 3,000 counties to the right. That's 89% of the counties in the United States. Senate Republicans won a 53-seat majority, and House Republicans maintained the majority as well. Americans gave us a mandate to secure the border, to rebuild the economy, to unleash American energy, and to restore America's strength. Here we are 1 year later, and America is back on track. The results are undeniable. For the first time in years, America's borders are secure. For the last 5 months, absolutely zero illegal immigrants have been released into our nation. Gone are the days under Joe Biden when 10,000 illegal immigrants poured into our country each and every day. When Joe Biden was president, over 10 million illegal immigrants flooded into our nation. Illegal immigrants were incentivized to come here with a promise of free health care, with a promise of free airplane tickets, with a promise of free hotel rooms and free food and free meals and free cell phones. Mr. President, that era is over. President Trump is successfully removing illegal immigrant criminals from our nation, taking them away from communities all across the country. Republicans in Congress are finishing the wall, hiring more border agents, and investing in immigration and customs enforcement. The drug cartels are clearly on notice, Mr. President. The border is closed, and America is once again protecting our citizens. Today, our communities are safer, and the economic turnaround has been equally dramatic. America's energy dominance is back. Gas prices have dropped to the lowest point in 4 years. AAA reports prices are expected to continue to fall and perhaps stay low over the busy Thanksgiving period that's upcoming. Inflation has cooled. Things are more affordable. Remember, under Joe Biden, prices soared by more than 21%. Under President Trump, private sector real wages are up over $1,100 a year. The economy grew 3.8% in the second quarter of this year. We're seeing strong economic growth, and more strong economic growth is expected. The Atlanta Federal Reserve predicts third quarter growth could be 4%, even greater economic growth. You might ask yourself, what is at the heart of this economic comeback? Well, let me tell you. The working family tax cuts, which passed this Senate, passed the House, signed into law by the President. That's at the heart of our economic comeback. This is the most pro-worker, pro-family tax relief in years. In Wyoming alone, families could save $2,400 this year because of the tax cuts. Waiters, barbers, bartenders keep $1,300 more by having to pay no tax on tips. In my home state and in yours, Mr. President, nurses, firefighters, and police officers can keep $1,400 more by having to pay no tax on overtime. New parents get a $1,000 Trump account for every newborn child to invest in their future. And parents get a bigger child tax credit, $2,200 more per child. Seniors are going to keep more as well. There's a new $6,000 deduction on Social Security income. Mr. President, clearly you've heard it, and I've heard it at home as well. Farmers, ranchers, and small business owners getting the relief from the much-dreaded death tax. That's what it means to stand with working Americans. Let's be clear. If the Democrats had had it their way, families would be paying much more in taxes, a lot more. Every single Democrat voted for the largest tax increase in American history. Every single Democrat voted for a $4 trillion tax increase. Had Democrats succeeded, families, seniors, and small businesses would have been financially crushed. Every Democrat voted for the government to take more of people's hard-earned money. Republicans said people should keep their hard-earned money. Republicans voted for Americans to keep what they earn. That's the difference between Republicans and Democrats. So 1 year ago, American voters rejected a weak America and also rejected a dangerous world. Today, we see the resurgence of American strength. We are defending our interests and deterring our enemies around the world. Military recruitment has surged to its highest level in 15 years. Morale is high. Deterrence is back. President Trump successfully crippled Iran's nuclear program. He strengthened the success of the Abrams Accord. He secured the release of the hostages in Gaza. He ended wars around the world not once, not twice, but 8 times. President Trump is the president of peace, and he's achieving this peace through American strength and leadership. Look, these are the policies that the Americans want, need, and voted for when they elected President Trump, President of the United States, once again. Regrettably, Senate Democrats still can't bring themselves to support the success. They voted against securing the border, against lowering taxes, against strengthening Medicaid, and against everything that helps working families. Here in the Senate, for months, they've delayed hundreds of routine and bipartisan nominees. It was an unprecedented blockade. Now Democrats have set a new, shameful record. Today, they broke the record for the longest government shutdown in American history. Let me repeat that. Today, the Democrats have broken the record for the longest shutdown in American history. During the 36 days of the Schumer shutdown, Democrats have voted against reopening the government 14 times. That's 14 votes against paying our troops, 14 votes against paying our federal workers, 14 votes against paying our air traffic controllers, 14 times against Border Patrol agents, and 14 times against paying our TSA agents. The Democrat Party has been hijacked by socialists, and now they're holding the American people hostage. Why? Well, it's because the Democrats have become radical and extreme. Gallup pollsters tell us that only 1 in 3 Democrats are proud to be an American. Can you imagine that? Only 1 in 3 registered Democrats proud to be an American. It's half the number it was last year. The party of JFK is gone, and it is now the party of AOC. Democrats are now the party of socialism and censorship, of weakness and wokeness. They tend to even brag about it, as we saw last night in New York. Yesterday in New York City, they elected as mayor a socialist who wants to defund the police, abolish prisons, and give illegal immigrants free health care. That's who the Democrats have chosen as the mayor of New York City. That's the Democrats' vision of America's future. It's a dangerous vision. It's a destructive vision. 1 year ago, Americans chose a better path. They chose safety, prosperity, and common sense. As a result, today, America is moving in the right direction, and we're going to continue to fight to get America back on track. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Democrat Webb.
Mr. President, my friend from Wyoming, my colleague on the Republican side, just gave a litany of accomplishments of the Trump administration. That is his view of the political world, and he's certainly entitled to it. But the vote results from last night show that America does not agree with what the senator from Wyoming said. They're not happy with the MAGA movement and what it's brought to America. The results across the board were overwhelmingly in favor of the Democrats last night. It doesn't square with the happy talk which we've heard on the floor about the achievements of the Trump administration. In fact, in one candid moment, President Trump conceded that the shutdown cost him many votes in last night's election across the board. He's right. The American people have come to understand what this government shutdown is all about. It's about their bottom line, their home budget, their health care, their insurance cost. In my state, it's typical. People are seeing a doubling of their health insurance premiums as of January 1st, and in some parts of my state, tripling. In other parts of the country, it's even more. Why is this happening? Because of the big, beautiful budget bill of the Trump administration. It eliminated the tax treatment that helped families pay for these health insurance premiums. And as a consequence, their premiums are going through the roof. What is that going to do to a family who has to make a choice that comes down to $200 or $300 a month more in health insurance premiums? Some will be able to afford it, I'm sure, but others won't, and they'll give up on their health insurance coverage. That's a terrible position for any family to be in. And it also creates problems when it comes to health care providers, hospitals, clinics, doctors, and such. They're going to find themselves in a terrible situation when these same sick people with no health insurance come to the hospital. Sure, they'll be treated. We do that in America. But they're going to end up incurring costs for that hospital that will not be reimbursed. What does that do for the rest of us? With health insurance we can afford, we're going to end up paying more when it's all over. You cannot ignore the health insurance problem in America, as the Republicans hope to do. That is what is driving this government shutdown, and it's time for it to come to an end. I hope that President Trump, after last night's election results, will see clearly that he is being blamed rightly for this shutdown, and that it has to come to an end, and we have to move forward as a nation. The sooner, the better. The things that are happening across the board here are just indefensible. The president yesterday was weaving back and forth between saying he was going to pay all of the SNAP food benefits to hungry families in America, and then saying he was going to cut them all off unless we ended the government shutdown. Back and forth during the course of the day, it was hard to follow his position. I'm still not sure where it ends, but I worry that the families desperate for assistance and paying for food, put it on the table, are still uncertain themselves. The food banks cannot take care of this problem. This program, the SNAP program, known as the food stamp program, is critical to feeding America for over 40 million of our neighbors and friends. It is time to make it clear that the payments are going to be made, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I hope the President makes that clear today. Mr. President, on an unrelated topic, this coming weekend will mark 2 months since President Trump launched his so-called Operation Midway Blitz in my home state of Illinois. You remember what it's all about. The President was sending in ICE agents dressed in combat uniforms with masks on their face and no identification as to who they worked for, to arrest what they considered to be would-be robbers, terrorists, murderers, rapists, and the criminally insane who had come across our border in past years. They set out to do that, but what has happened is exactly the opposite. Instead of taking dangerous people off the street, they are harassing and intimidating people who have no crimes in their background whatsoever. The stories just come tumbling in every single day. The head of the Department of Homeland Security calls this ICE force her dream team. Let me tell you, this dream team has done things that are just unthinkable when it comes to the laws and Constitution of this country. In the 2 months since the president started sending these workers in, he's achieved what I believe his true objective was, not to bring down violent crime, but to spread fear in the hearts of our communities, especially our immigrant communities. In these 2 months, we've seen people thrown to the ground and beaten. This is not speculation, it is videotaped. We have it. We've seen children ripped from their beds in the middle of the night and zip-tied outside of an apartment complex on the South Shore Avenue of Chicago. And we've seen tear gas canisters deployed against pastors, journalists, and police. Think of that. It's reached a point that the federal court is entertaining depositions today from the leader of this effort of the so-called Dream Team ICE agents, trying to explain why their violence can be justified. Innocent people have been caught up in this terror, not just the worst of the worst, as the president promised, and his team has claimed, but American citizens, legal residents, and immigrants who've built their lives and raised their families here. And they pose no threat to public safety, and yet they're the targets of these ICE agents. I want to share with you the story of one of these people. Three weeks ago, Omar Huerta Cisneros, a legal resident of the United States, a green card holder, was going for a walk in the southwest side of Chicago when masked immigrant agents abruptly pulled him into a red car and drove away. Mr. Huerta Cisneros was detained and disappeared by the Trump administration simply for walking down the street as a Hispanic man. What makes this case especially troubling, though, is what happened after they arrested him. Mr. Cisneros has a mental challenge. He's schizophrenic, and he lacks, quote, the mental capacity to reach out to anybody, according to his family. His family only learned of his arrest after footage of the encounter was posted on social media. His family started searching desperately to find him in detention. Now, if this sounds like an extreme case, it is not. It is the usual custom. The ICE agents sweep people off the street and they disappear, sometimes for hours, sometimes for days, sometimes for even longer. There is no way to check on their whereabouts. If you think that sounds like something very unusual, if you watched all the crime shows on TV, what a warrant for an arrest may be, what the arrest process will be, what the Miranda warnings may be, this is totally unusual. The ICE agents are making it all up. They are ignoring the law and ignoring the Constitution. But in the behavior characteristics of the Trump administration, people find only silence when they ask, what happened to that person that you swept up on the street? The family had to resort to pleading to the community and posting these missing person posters on social media to try to find Mr. Cisneros. This is the photograph that they were advertising, asking people, have you seen this man? Can you help us find our member of our family? They finally did find him 2 weeks after the masked federal agents wrongfully arrested him. And where did they find him? On the streets of a suburb of Chicago. Family members believe federal agents just dropped him off, possibly a day after detaining him. But no one contacted the family, and they didn't know where he slept during this time away from home. Unfortunately, Mr. Huerta Cisneros' case is not isolated. Donald Trump has turned federal law enforcement officers into his own personal, secret, masked police force to engage in political theater at the expense of real lives. In that process, the rights and liberties guaranteed by the Constitution, including the right to due process and the rule of law, have been trampled. ICE agents, this so-called dream team, believe they are above the law and not bound by the Constitution. We are on a slippery slope into authoritarianism. Don't believe me? Listen to the president's own words. In a 60 Minutes interview this week, he was asked about sending active duty military into American cities. He responded, I quote, "I can bring in the Army, the Marines, I can bring in whoever I want," and that he could do so, quote, "in a heartbeat," and that, quote, "no judge can even challenge me." He also said ICE raids hadn't gone far enough. Tell that to Mr. Cisneros and his family and every other Illinoisan who's caught up in these cruel and chaotic raids. To think that this man is a robber, a rapist, a terrorist, a murderer, criminally insane is just almost laughable if it wasn't such a sad situation exploiting this poor gentleman. In the face of such ugliness, Chicago and the people that live there have shown up to stand up for one another. We saw it in Mr. Cisneros' case. Neighbors helping neighbors, trying to find this man who was disappeared by the ICE agents in Chicago. Over the weekend, we had another example. On Halloween, I joined Governor Pritzker in asking the ICE agents, please lay off the families and kids who are out trick-or-treating. They're being terrorized already, and there ought to be one night in a year when you give them a break. They refused. In fact, they mocked us that we would even ask for that. And then came the incident in Evanston, Illinois, a suburb just north of Chicago. It was an incident which embarrassed a lot of people and worried them that we were moving toward a police state, with the ICE agents going up and down the streets looking for people who were raking leaves, checking on each one of them in terms of their background and their citizenship and their identity. They swept up into this almost everybody who was out in the yard. And at this time of year, everybody's out in the yard. That sort of thing really struck a chord in the city of Evanston. They've responded, and I knew they would, a strong community. Over the weekend, hundreds of donors lined the streets near Evanston Township High School to participate in a food drive for the neighbors. The turnout was so overwhelming, the police had to turn off a traffic light at an intersection to accommodate the line of cars waiting to drop off food. While food was the main draw, Evanston organizers also handed out Know Your Rights cards and whistles along with the toiletries. Those whistles have been used by community members to warn others when ICE agents are in the area. This is what an American community looks like that is organizing to stand together to defend their neighbors. And while no community should have to resort to such extreme, Evanston and other communities across the country have been forced to do it, and they're willingly doing so. For the first time in our nation's history, the flow of federal funds for the SNAP program was halted at the direction of President Donald Trump. To think this president, in order to put political pressure on Congress, is going to cut off the food to disabled people, elderly people, and children is disgusting. The Trump administration has the power to issue 100% of benefits to working families and kids who rely on this program. But the president and the Department of Agriculture are defying court orders and refusing to flip the switch on these emergency funds for circumstances just like this. In one moment, the Department of Agriculture says they'll send just 50% of the monthly benefits to SNAP. The next moment, the president says he'll only send out SNAP benefits when the government reopens. When it comes to feeding 42 million Americans, our most vulnerable neighbors and friends, suddenly the Trump administration appears confused and once again in disarray. Who in the world is in charge? But it has no problem remodeling the White House bathrooms with marble and gold, throwing a Great Gatsby Halloween party for your richest friends, and passing tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires, or inviting Senate Republicans down for breakfast this morning, as Americans, many of them, struggle to pay for their own breakfast. It's time for this administration to stop this chaos. Families across America deserve better. I hope that what happened in yesterday's election is a wake-up call, that we need to sit down and end this government shutdown that was initiated by the Republican refusal to discuss the cost of health insurance. We can do something to help Americans, If we can find 20 or $40 billion for Argentina, for God's sake, there's got to be money to help Americans pay their hospitalization premiums. I hope we get down to business today. I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
Mr. President, I ask that we suspend the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, what we've seen happening to the federal judiciary over the last 9 months is beyond concerning. It's corrupting. We've seen nominees who are deeply partisan and deeply ideological. We've seen nominees who, under any other administration, would be roundly criticized and rejected by this body. And we've seen nominees whose chief qualification is nothing other than loyalty to and relationship to Donald Trump. So later today, we're going to consider just the latest example of this when the Senate takes up the nomination of Eric Tung to serve on the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. This is a lifetime appointment to the federal bench, colleagues. An appellate court nominee in particular should have the judgment, the independence, and the respect for precedent worthy of the position. But instead, Mr. Tung, the nominee before us, is not here because of his independence or his judicial temperament. He's here because of his ideology. Mr. Tung embraces an extreme and rigid view of the Constitution that rejects both equality and liberty. He's made clear that under his constitutional philosophy, there's no protection for rights that most Americans take as fundamental, including the rights to reproductive freedom, marriage equality, and even private consensual relationships. That's not constitutional interpretation. It's a radical blueprint for rolling back decades of progress on individual freedom and equality. Now, when I gave Mr. Tung an opportunity to explain his history of sexist and anti-labor comments a few months ago in committee during the confirmation hearing, he deflected. He showed no reflection or evolved thinking, because the truth is Mr. Tung's record and writings reveal a pattern of ideological extremism that calls into question his ability to apply the law fully and fairly. Now, let me also make clear that I'm not setting out with the goal of denying the Ninth Circuit of qualified replacements. Far from it. Not just myself, but Senator Schiff, my colleague from California, and I both reached out to the White House months ago to inform them of a couple of things. Number one, that Eric Tung would be unacceptable. But importantly, it's important for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to understand, we signaled a willingness to consider more mainstream Republican candidates who President Trump had previously nominated for district court judgeships. We were willing to try to find that common ground. But clearly the White House wasn't interested, because whether it's the Department of Justice, the FBI, U.S. attorneys, or the federal bench, the Trump White House is showing us what they truly care about: unwavering loyalty. So today I'll remind my colleagues that when we reference the judiciary, it's the American people's judiciary. And all the decisions that we make today will affect our justice system, the people's judiciary, for years, if not decades. And for those reasons, Mr. President, I urge all my colleagues to join me in strongly opposing Mr. Tung's nomination. Thank you. I now yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator for Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Orr nomination.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. SNAP benefits, that has been in the news and a topic of much discussion. And those benefits for over 40 million Americans lapsed over the weekend because Democrats have chosen to hold government funding hostage for political leverage, their word, at the American people's expense. In other words, they're using the American people as pawns. And because of that, their constituents, and indeed nearly 700,000 Tennesseans, are without their SNAP benefits. So are our Border Patrol agents, our air traffic controllers, and federal law enforcement. They've been working a month now without pay. This is why you have the AFGE and the Controllers Union. They're saying in the Schumer shutdown now. We also know that critical federal assistance, from rural development programs to small business loans, are out there in jeopardy. Across the country, people and small businesses are all suffering because of Chuck Schumer and his Schumer shutdown. And for Democrats, I think they have wanted this. They planned for it, and they wanted to see it happen, so they got it. Now, over on the House side, the Democrat whip made it very clear during a recent interview, and I quote her. She said, "Shutdowns are terrible, and of course, there will be families that are going to suffer, but it is one of the few leverage times we have," end quote. So to the American people, realize that the Democrats you've elected see you as pawns and leverage and pieces that they can move around a chessboard. As the Senate Democrat leader said at the beginning of the shutdown, and I quote him, "Every day gets better for Democrats." They see this as improving their political chances. And over the last month, his party has voted more than a dozen times to keep the government shut down. And at the heart of their demands is the permanent extension of President Biden's COVID credits under Obamacare. Now, this would be a $450 billion expense to the U.S. taxpayer. Last week, I was on the floor talking about this and about how Democrats are peddling falsehoods to try to justify their Schumer shutdown. They claim that Obamacare subsidies are going to expire. Now, in reality, it is only the Biden COVID credit bonus that will expire. Now, what happened during COVID for the Obamacare subsidies? They took off the income caps, and a lot of people had $0 premiums. And if you were making over $500,000 a year, you too could get a Biden COVID credit bonus and subsidy from the Obamacare exchange. You too could have the U.S. taxpayer picking up the tab for 80 to 90% of your health insurance because they plussed up the credit and they removed the income caps. Now, the original Obamacare subsidies, which, by the way, do not expire, these are permanent, they are in law, the original subsidies continue for people who are at 100 to 400% of the federal poverty level. Now, our colleagues across the aisle claim that the Biden COVID credits are needed to keep the cost of health insurance premiums down. In reality, Obamacare is too expensive to afford without the subsidy. So what they're doing is propping up a broken system. In fact, since 2013, the Obamacare benchmark plan premium has increased by 237%, more than 3 times the rate for employer-sponsored health care plans that most Americans get through their work and from their employer. And as these premiums go up, taxpayers are on the hook to subsidize not the individual, but guess what? The insurance company. The subsidy doesn't go to the individual, it goes directly to the insurance company. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle need to understand that their fight for government-run health care, which is really what this entire Schumer shutdown is all about, is going to fail. It's time for them to put the American people over and before far-left politics. It is time to reopen the federal government. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the next portion of my remarks be placed separately in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. We all are hearing quite a bit about AI and the potential of AI to transform entire industries for the better, to make them more efficient. In Tennessee alone, our advanced manufacturers are using it to become more efficient, to lower cost, and to increase productivity. Healthcare providers are using it to strengthen care, and researchers are using it to discover new treatments. These are all things that are worth celebrating. They're good, and they're yielding good results. But we also know that this emerging technology can be used for harm. Now, in the case of Google, its AI models have targeted conservatives with defamation for years. During a Senate Commerce Committee hearing last week, I presented evidence to Google's Vice President for Government Affairs and Public Policy that his company's AI models have repeatedly fabricated malicious stories about conservative activist Robbie Starbuck. He is a Tennessean, and he is a conservative leader in our state. In one instance, Google's large language model, Gemma, falsely claimed that Starbuck was accused of child rape and that I publicly defended him. Google's AI models have also falsely accused him of being a former adult film star, of facing criminal drug charges, and of shooting a man in Nashville in an argument over a parking spot. In response, Google's VP claimed that hallucinations among their AI models are a common problem, and that the company is working on it, as if this harmful defamation is merely a technical glitch, and they refer to it as a hallucination. In fact, there seems to be a pattern of malicious lying and fiction when it comes to conservatives. So I asked the AI model, has Marsha Blackburn been accused of rape? The answer to this question, of course, is an unequivocal no. I never have. Yet, Gemma fabricated an entire outlandish criminal allegation against me. It had a massive story about a race in 1987, which didn't happen, and of accusations of improper conduct, which did not happen. And it also came forward with an alleged victim. It was all malicious. It was all made up. It was all a lie. Yet, Gemma even generated fake links to fabricate news articles to support the defamatory claim. And of course, the links didn't work. This marks a catastrophic failure of oversight of an AI model that has been downloaded by more than 200 million people. So last week, I sent a letter over to Google CEO Sundar Pichai, demanding an explanation as to why Gemma was creating these false allegations, criminal allegations, against conservatives and also against me. And I also asked for a list of steps the company is taking to eliminate political bias and defamatory content from its models. Now, Google has not responded to my letter. What they did do was take Gemma down over the weekend. Despite the AI model's serious flaws, the big tech giant said in a statement that it's going to continue to work to make Gemma available to their developers. And the message on this is clear. You need to shut it down. You need to shut it down completely. You need to shut the Gemini system down completely. The American public deserves to know that with these AI models, the information is going to be accurate, it is going to be transparent, it is going to be fair, and it is not going to be a tool that is going to be used to fabricate and to smear conservatives. In the meantime, Google has until tomorrow to respond to the letter demanding answers. And it's important to keep in mind, this is the same Google that operated a Gmail blacklist that suppressed Republican fundraising emails as spam. And it's the same Google that manipulated search results about the 2024 election to benefit Kamala Harris and to harm President Trump. And it's the same Google that suppressed search results of the attempted assassination of President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. Big tech has waged a war on conservatives for too long. It is time that the American people see accountability out of these platforms. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary, Eric Chun-Yi Tung of California to be United States Circuit Judge for the Ninth Circuit.
The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a first and second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also-Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Collins, Kramer, Crapo, Husted, Sheehy, Thune. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Kelly, Kim, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Rosen, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Welch. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed. No. Ms. Markowski. Ms. Markowski, aye. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody. Aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Hirono, Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mrs. Brett, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Got you. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 45, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Caleb Orr of Texas to be an Assistant Secretary of State, Economic and Business Affairs, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of Caleb Orr of Texas to be Assistant Secretary of State for Economic and Business Affairs shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Bozeman, Cotton, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fetterman, Graham, Grassley, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Marshall, McCormick, Moran, Ricketts, Risch, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Tillis, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Blumenthal, Gillibrand, Kane, Kim, Paul, Reed, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Smith, Warnock, Welch, and Wyden. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye.
I guess this might last through the.
Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no.
Exciting. On this vote, the ayes are 57, the nays are 41. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Department of State, Caleb Orr of Texas to be Assistant Secretary, Economic and Business Affairs.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kentucky.
I know that many of our colleagues and the American people have seen the tragic news out of my hometown just yesterday. I'm grateful for their thoughts and their prayers this morning directed toward the people of Louisville. Folks around our county, Jefferson County, need those prayers right now in the days and weeks to come. The death toll from last evening's UPS crash has continued to rise throughout the day. For the families of these victims and for the injured survivors being treated at area hospitals, life will never be the same. There's a lot of grief welling up right now in Kentucky. This would be true even in the case of a single life lost. But as local first responders, state officials, and federal investigators continue their work today, I'd like to help our colleagues understand what makes this tragedy such a gut punch in a place like Louisville. During the day, Louisville International hums with thousands of passengers from all across the country. But around the clock, Louisville is also a hub for global shipping and logistics, business supplies, consumer goods, Christmas gifts. If it's going somewhere in short order, there's a very good chance it's passing through UPS Worldport in my hometown of Louisville. None of this is possible without teams of devoted professionals. Louisville is home to logistic experts, warehouse workers, aircraft crew, and maintenance. They take pride in their work, and their community takes pride in them. That's why this crash cuts so deep. It's about all of us. Today, Jefferson County schools and many local businesses are completely closed. Neighbors are mourning neighbors, so today will be a tough day in the Commonwealth. But the people of Louisville are grateful for the swift, life-saving efforts of our first responders from local police, fire, and EMS. They can trust in the prayers of their fellow Americans. And I want them to know that their representatives here in Washington are making sure that every federal resource they need is on the ground and headed their way soon. I spoke with Mayor Greenberg this morning, and my team and I will continue to stay in close contact with local, state, and federal officials, including at the FAA and the NTSB in the coming days. But first and foremost, I'm keeping my fellow Kentuckians in my prayers and asking our colleagues to do the same. I suggest you have so quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alster-Brooks.
Senator for Hawaii.
I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call,
Can you clarify your request?
just to get rid of the quorum call.
Yes, without objection.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, this is exactly what it looks like. The President of the United States is going out of his way to make sure that people don't have enough to eat. And it is hard to believe because it does sound crazy. It does sound partisan. But he really is using hunger as a political weapon. Let's back up for a second. On September 30th, this administration, the Trump administration, released a plan saying that they were going to use a contingency fund to pay SNAP benefits during the shutdown. So this is the way it's been done. Every time there's a shutdown, there's a pocket of money that's literally there to pay SNAP benefits in case there's an emergency of any kind, including a lapse in appropriations. But then 3 weeks later, they said, never mind, we're not permitted to pay these benefits during a shutdown. Now, that was clearly not the case, and they had already issued guidance saying we're going to use this fund. They pulled it because they wanted to create leverage, but then they went to court to argue against paying these SNAP benefits. And then 2 separate judges said, not only are you permitted to use this contingency fund to pay nutritional assistance benefits to the working poor, children, the elderly, the disabled. Not only are you permitted to do that, you're required under the statute to do that. So now you have 2 federal judges saying the law is clear. It's not a question of whether you're permitted to do it or not. It's actually whether you're permitted to not do it. And the judges both said, you got to do this. That's what the law says. And so this week, they announced that they're only going to pay half of the benefits. They're going to pay half of the SNAP benefits that 40 million Americans need. And it's kind of even worse than that because SNAP goes through state agencies. And state agencies, in a lot of cases, the unemployment system is like this. They have these antiquated computer systems. And so any change in the benefit structure has to be reprogrammed into their computer systems and then loaded up onto the EBT cards. And so some states are going to be able to implement this half benefit within a few days. But there are several states with antiquated computer systems that are saying it could be weeks or even months. And I just want to make this point extremely clear. None of that is necessary. They're clearly feeling some amount of heat and urgency to end the shutdown. And so usually what you do if you're the President of the United States and you feel an urgent need to cut a deal is you try to get the people with whom you would need to make a deal into a room and begin a negotiation. But Trump really doesn't want to do that. He thinks we're evil. His senior advisor has called the Democratic Party a domestic terrorist organization or some such thing. And so he's just like, I don't know if he's incapable or at least so far unwilling to do the basic blocking and tackling required by being a political leader at any level. County council, mayor, state legislature, lieutenant governor, House, Senate, whatever, you got to like interact with people that you have disagreements with, but he doesn't want to do that. And so his theory of change, Stephen Miller, Russ Vought, some of these folks, is we're just going to squeeze Democrats. Now that would be like normal hardball politics, except for this. What they mean by squeezing Democrats is they mean threatening to shut down or throttle air traffic. What they mean by squeezing Democrats is canceling long-planned, long-approved projects that benefit everybody across the country. What they mean by squeezing Democrats in this particular instance is that 40 million people are going to not have enough to eat. And so, look, I don't always want to be the partisan warrior. I like interacting with my Republican colleagues. I come from the state of Hawaii where it's a decisive majority of Democrats. So one of the muscles that I had to develop over the last 13 years was sort of how to interact with the other party and make arrangements, cut deals, compartmentalize, the problems that I have with some of these folks on other issues and find common ground. And my appeal to my Republican colleagues is very simple. Can we just leave the kids harmless? Can we leave the hungry harmless? Like, we're clearly in a disagreement about how the appropriations process and this Affordable Care Act subsidy question should be wrestled to the ground. Now, my own view is like, let's just be adults and convene and then wrangle and argue and shout at each other a little bit and then reconvene and then cut the deal. That's how the country is supposed to work. But separate and apart from that, can we please say that using hunger as a weapon is out of bounds in the United States? There is a long and pretty dark history, an evil history of politicians, some popularly elected, some not elected, using food as a means of political control. And I think that's not a road that we want to go down. I think we want to say, whatever else we're fighting about, if there are Americans who are hungry, that we should hold them harmless. And just to be clear, there is no shortage of money in the United States of America. Stock market is booming. You've got these AI data centers like racking up $100 and $200 billion capital expenditure plans. There is enough money sloshing around in the public and the private sector to pay for food. There really is. If you're a regular person trying to put food on the table for your family, if you are trying to keep your health insurance premiums from more than doubling, if you're struggling to pay your bills and make ends meet because everything is getting more expensive, there's no money for you. But there is enough money for a golden toilet. And there is enough money for a $173 million new aircraft for the Secretary of Homeland Security. And there is $40 billion for the country of Argentina to bail them out, which coincidentally is about the amount of money that it would cost to extend these Affordable Care Act tax credits. So it's not a question of the economy is contracting and our debt is out of control and all the rest of it. This body just passed a $1.5 trillion deficit increase in the form of a tax cut where the benefits go not exclusively but disproportionately to wealthy individuals. And so it's not a question of there not being enough money. The problem is that they have decided that there's not enough money for you. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Iowa.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come to the Senate floor today to express my concern about recent attacks on the legitimacy of the judicial branch of government. A fair and neutral judiciary plays a very indispensable role in our constitutional structure. Judges wield enormous power, and their decisions determine the legal rights of the parties before them. One especially potent power of the judiciary is the practice of judicial review. As we all know, the judiciary sometimes decides cases that impact the operation of laws passed by Congress or the actions of the executive branch. We accept this judicial review because neutral arbiters are necessary in a system based upon the rule of law, but this system only works if everyone accepts that the arbiters are, in fact, neutral. Litigants, the co-equal branches of government, and the American people must be confident that judges are merely saying what the law is and not what those judges wish the law to be. Our judicial system also requires respect for appellate review. The federal courts are hierarchical, and the rule of law depends on public confidence that lower courts will faithfully apply and respect the decisions of the higher courts. It's no surprise that some people are not always happy with how the courts exercise judicial power. Criticism is fair and sometimes warranted, but too often it is strayed into outright attacks on the judiciary as an institution. Today, however, I'm here to discuss attacks on the judiciary coming particularly from a concerning place, that is, within the judiciary itself. It's one thing for the political branches or the public to criticize the Supreme Court. It's entirely different for federal judges themselves to undermine their own branch of government. In two high-profile instances in the last few months, numerous judges have anonymously, as you might expect, gone to the press to denigrate the Supreme Court, and this ought to be deeply concerning, not only to this senator, but the public at large. On September 4th, 2025, NBC News published a report alleging that 12 federal judges gave anonymous interviews, and 10 of them took that opportunity to criticize the Supreme Court. One judge described the Supreme Court's conduct as, quote, unquote, inexcusable. And another judge said the Supreme Court, quote, is effectively assisting the Trump administration in undermining the lower courts, end of quote. Then we have a big hit piece by the New York Times on October the 11th, 2025. That newspaper ran a story where they sought out judges specifically to criticize the Supreme Court. the Times approached 400 of the almost 1,500 federal judges with questionnaires. The Times intentionally solicited judges in districts that litigants considered to be unfavorable to the current president. Of the 400 judges approached, thank God only a small percentage took the offer. I think this is an important point. Then we can draw the conclusion most federal judges didn't take the bait of the New York Times because it violated the ethics of the judiciary. So only a small percentage did, but that's still a fabulous 65 judges responding to the Times questionnaire, and it happens that some responded with very harsh criticism. They gave the Times then the fodder that they needed to spin the narrative of a judiciary in crisis. The Times wrote, quote, federal judges called the Supreme Court emergency orders mystical, overly blunt, incredibly demoralizing and troubling, and another quote, a slap in the face to the district courts. One judge compared their district's current relationship with the Supreme Court to, quote unquote, a war zone. Another said the courts were in the midst of, their words, a judicial crisis. I'm deeply concerned, and I hope the public at large is, that these public attacks on the court from sitting federal judges damage the public's faith and confidence in our judicial system. When judges call the legitimacy of their own branch of government into question, they erode the faith of the institutions itself. My colleague, the chairman of the Committee on Judiciary in the House of Representatives, shares these concerns. Together, we sent a letter of concern to Chief Justice Roberts. We expressed our concern that the conduct of the judges, as reported, may violate the applicable ethical canons. We also asked whether the judicial branch will give guidance to federal judges or even investigate this matter. The document called the Code of Conduct for United States Judges is very clear that judges have an obligation to uphold public confidence in the judiciary. For example, Canon 2 states, and I quote, a judge should act at all times in a manner that promotes public confidence in the integrity and impartiality of the judiciary, end of quote. In 2024, Chief Judge Diaz of the Fourth Circuit applied the canon in resolving a judicial complaint against a judge for authoring an opinion piece lambasting a sitting Supreme Court justice. He concluded that the judge in question violated the canons and, quote, diminished the public confidence in the integrity and independence of the federal judiciary, end quote. Chief Judge Diaz reasoning appears to apply with similar force to the recent anonymous attacks on the court. Anonymous, public comments from sitting judges describing the relationship between the Supreme Court and lower courts as a quote-unquote war zone, and otherwise attacking the legitimacy of the Supreme Court rulings, undermines public confidence in the integrity and impartiality of the judiciary. In fact, it may violate the code of conduct. Judges shouldn't mimic the infighting and rhetorical attacks that are so common among us in the political arena. This damages the public faith in the judiciary. The Supreme Court is then a uniquely American institution that has played an important role since our public's founding, and in contrast to the other branches, meaning the political branches of the federal government, the Supreme Court is meant to stand above the day-to-day squabbles of politics. And that's not just the Supreme Court, as I implied, that's the entire, every level of the judicial branch. For the most part, the court does this remarkably well, speaking of the Supreme Court. We know this because neither Democrats or Republicans are always happy with the decision of our highest court. The court is either too conservative or too liberal, depending on the day and who you ask. But at the bottom, the job of the court is not to please us or agree with us, but to say what the law is. In recent years, we've seen vicious attacks against the court from a variety of directions, many aimed at weakening public confidence in this important institution. This is bad for all of us. So today, I'm here to defend the integrity of the Supreme Court and to urge the judicial branch to address these attacks that are coming from within, mostly by district court judges, and the ones that reply to everything anonymously and really don't have the guts to stand publicly with their criticism of the Supreme Court. So here is my bottom line. I call on the federal judiciary to give clear guidance to federal judges on acceptable public commentary and to take seriously the public's perception and confidence in the courts. I yield the floor.
Without objection. The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks. Thank you. Mr. Barrasso. Ms. Blackburn. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. I got you. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Hawley.